3 white lights and a good lift. Lapanda Mampinkin of Netherlands up next, 92.5 kilos on the bar. Oh. Unfortunately, no lift. On now to our next group. Eulalia Baltronvieta of Spain, 50 kilos, be followed by Lorraine McKenna of Ireland. Reminder to lifters on platform 2, we're aiming for an 8:15 start for the next session. Bar is loaded for Spain. Three white lights and a good lift. Lorraine McKenna, Ireland, 62.5. Lorraine will be followed by Linda McAfee. Bar is loaded for Lorraine McKenna of Ireland. Three white lights and a good lift there for McKenna. Linda McAfee of Scotland up next, 62.5 kilos. She'll be followed by Senga Dent of Scotland. Bar is loaded for Linda McAfee, Team Scotland. And that's a good lift, 2-1. Next lifter on the platform, Scotland's Senga Dent, 62.5, be followed by Hope Powers. Need a rack height for Scotland? Rack height 5. Bars loaded for Senga Dent, Scotland. Jury has overruled the previous attempt for Linda McAfee. That is a no lift for Scotland. Can we get lights from our referees for Sengadent? Lights from our referees. Center referee. No, I don't have lights for the last lift. 3 white lights, a good lift for Sengadent of Scotland. Next lifter is Hope Powers Australia, 70 kilos. Bar is loaded for Australia. Three white lights and a good lift for Australia. Next up, Elizabeth Hall of New Zealand, 70 kilos. Bar is loaded. Lisa Bell, get ready. Three white lights and a good lift there for Elizabeth Hall. Lisa Bell of Northern Ireland up next, 75 kilos on the bar. Lisa will be followed by Elaine Jackson. Bar is loaded for Northern Ireland's Lisa Bell. Three white lights and a good lift there for Lisa. Elaine Jackson of England up next, 80 kilos on the bar. Gillian Lomax to follow. Bar is loaded. Three white lights and a good lift there for Elaine. Next lifter on platform 1 is Gillian Lomax of Great Britain, coming out for 82.5 kilos. New Zealand to follow. Bar is loaded for Gillian Lomax, Great Britain. Just waiting on, here we are, three white lights, a good lift there for Gillian. Amy Telia of New Zealand, 102.5 kilos. Be followed by Lillian Jackson, Team USA. Bar is loaded for New Zealand. Side referee. 3 white lights, good lift. Next lifter on the platform will be Lillian Jackson of Team USA, 110 kilos on the bar. Be followed by Patricia Johnson, also of Team USA. Platform 2, we are still updating the computer and the database. We'll be with you as soon as we can. The bar is loaded for Lillian Jackson, Team USA. Bar is loaded. Three white lights, a good lift there for Lillian. Patricia Johnson, Team USA up next, 115 kilos. Bars loaded for Patricia Johnson, Team USA. Three white lights, good lift there for Patricia Johnson. Eulalia Beltran-Vieta, Spain, 60 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for Spain. That's a no lift, unfortunately. Next lifter, Linda McAfee, Team Scotland, 62.5. Looking for bigger blocks for Linda. 62.5 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for Linda McAfee of Scotland. Lifters on platform 2 will be starting in 5 minutes. 5 minutes to lift off on platform 2. Just under 2 minutes for changes to openers. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Linda McAfee of Scotland. Great recovery there from Linda. Lorraine McKenna of Ireland up next, 67.5 kilos on the bar. Just under a minute for changes on platform 2. Platform 2, we're going to have Masters 2 under 105s and under 120. Bar is loaded for Ireland on Platform 1. Good lift for Lorraine. No more changes. Platform 1. Next lifter, Platform 2. Next lifter, Platform 1. Senga Dent of Scotland, 70 kilos. Bar is loaded for Senga Dent of Scotland. That's a good lift, 2-1 for Senga Dent of Scotland. Elizabeth Hall, New Zealand, 75 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for New Zealand's Elizabeth Hall. Moves it well. She gets 3 white lights. It's a good lift there for Elizabeth Hall. Hope Powers, 77.5 for a lifter representing Australia. Bar is loaded for Hope. And we are just under 1 minute to lift off on Platform 2 for our Masters 2 105 and 120 categories. Bar is loaded on Platform 1. And that's a no lift, unfortunately, for Hope. Next lifter, Lisa Bell, Northern Ireland, 80 kilos. That's time. Bars loaded on Platform 2 for no, it's not. Hold on. Apologies, there's some issue at the table. I've been asked to wait. I shall wait. Lisa Bell on Platform 1, Northern Ireland, 80 kilos. Bar is loaded for Lisa Bell of Northern Ireland. I think perhaps someone submitted a change and the wrong lifter has been changed in the database, so we're just making sure it is correct before we start the flight. Kyla says it's beautiful. Referees say it's beautiful. It's 3 white lights for Lisa Bell. Gillian Lomax up next, 85 kilos on the bar. Are we good now? I think we are now good on Platform 2, 150 kilos for Derek Hayden. Bars loaded for South Africa, Platform 2. Bars loaded, Platform 1 for Gillian Lomax, Team GB, 85 kilos. We're back to 2 platforms. 3 white lights for Derek Hayden and 3 white lights for Gillian Lomax. Next. Three white lights and a good lift there for Elaine. Ime Talia of New Zealand up next, 110 kilos for her second attempt. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for South Africa. Bars loaded, platform 1 for Talia, New Zealand. Crandall. And it's a good lift, 3 white lights for Talia of New Zealand. Lillian Jackson, Team USA up next, 117.5 kilos on the bar for her second attempt. Bars loaded for Lillian Jackson, Team USA. Three white lights and a good lift there for Crandall of Canada. Next up on platform. Rack height 10, racks out. Three white lights and a good lift there for Lillian. Bars loaded on platform 2 for Rabah of Lebanon. Patricia Johnson up next, platform 1, Team USA, 122.5. Bars loaded for Patricia Johnson, Team USA. Lovely looking opener there from Rabah. Three white lights, good lift for to third attempts on platform 1. Bars loaded for Eulalia of Spain. Bars loaded for Parks of US Virgin Islands. Just a little bit too heavy today, unfortunately. Round of applause for Aurelia. Next up, we have Scotland's Linda McAfee, 67.5 kilos on the bar for Linda. Be followed by Ireland. Three white lights and a good lift on platform 2. Get ready. Three white lights and a good lift for Linda McAfee of Scotland on platform 1. Next up, Lorraine McKenna, 70 kilos for our lifter representing Ireland on platform 1. Three white lights for New Zealand on platform 2, good lift. Bar is loaded for McKenna on platform 1. Next lifter on platform 2, Dennis Bench, Republic of South Africa, 202. And it's three white lights and a good lift for Lorraine McKenna of Ireland. Hope Powers of Australia is up next, 77.5 kilos on the bar for Hope. And that's a no lift, 2 red cards for depth for Dennis on platform 2. Bars loaded on platform 1 for Hope Powers. Next lifter on platform 2. In USA, get ready. Let's look to the lights. Referees say, good lift, 2-1. Next up on platform 1 is Elizabeth Hall of New Zealand. Good lift, 2-1 for Darren Greville. Bar is loaded for Elizabeth Hall on platform 1. Michael McQueen, Team USA, 230 kilos. Three white lights and a good lift for Elizabeth Hall, New Zealand. Senga Dent, 80 kilos for Team Scotland up next on platform 1. Bars loaded for Senga Dent, Scotland, 80 kilos, platform 1. Three white lights and a good lift for Michael McQueen, Team USA. Next lifter on platform 2, Uruguay's Nicolas Uriost. Be followed Just a little bit too heavy today, unfortunately, for Senga. Big round of applause as she leaves the platform. Lisa Bell up next, 82.5 for our lifter representing Northern Ireland. Bar is loaded for Lisa Bell, and it's 3 white lights for Nico Urios, Uruguay. One, Gillian Lomax. Ten seconds for Frederick Spitz to make it to the platform. I don't see anyone running in this direction. And that is a timeout. No lift for Frederick Spitz of France. You'll need to all push your button. Thank you very much. No lift. Next up, Roger Rogers of Guyana. $145. No lift, unfortunately, for Elaine. Huge fight. Just wasn't to be today, unfortunately. Next lifter on platform 1, Ime Telia of New Zealand, 115 kilos. Bars loaded for Telia, New Zealand, platform 1. 3 white lights and a good lift for Roger Rogers of Guyana on platform 2. Next. Bar is loaded for Karol Rada, Czechia. And that is a good third attempt, 2-1 for New Zealand. Lillian Jackson up next, Team USA, 125 kilos on the bar for her third attempt. 3 white lights for Rada of Czechia on platform 2. Bars loaded for Scott Simon, Great Britain. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift. A little chuckle from Lillian there. Three white lights, a good lift for Scott Simon, GB. Next up, 128 on the bar for Patricia Johnson. This is a Masters. Oh, just a little bit too much today, unfortunately. A huge round of applause there for Trisha. Huge attempt for a world record. That concludes lifting on platform 1. We will take a 10-minute break on platform 1, and then we'll be back with Group A deadlifts. Back over on platform 2, it's 3 white lights for Derek Hayden of South Africa. Good lift. Next lifter will be Hermanos Debir. Three white lights and a good lift for Hermanos. Sharif Rabah, Lebanon. 2. Three white lights and a good lift there for Rabah of Lebanon. Mark Crandall, Canada, up next, 215 little bit sticky, but he pushes through it and gets 2 minutes for changes to openers platform 1. 3 white lights and a good lift there for Gomez Parks of US Virgin Islands. Next lifter will be Dennis Bench of South Africa. $220 kilos. Three white lights and a good lift for Dennis Bench of South Africa. Form 2. No more changes to openers on platform 1. That's no more changes. We are 3 minutes out from deadlifts in Group A. Great push there from Les. He gets 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Next lifter on the platform is Frederick Spitz. For France. And that's a good lift, 3 white lights for Spitz on platform 2. Next up will be three white lights and a good lift there for Michael McQueen, Team USA. Bars loaded for Ruthie Norton, Northern Ireland, 105 kilos. Waiting for a side light. That's a good lift, 2-1 for Darren Greville. Waiting for a side light. Next up on platform 1, Elizabeth Windle for England, 112.5. Should hopefully have resolved our technical issue with the lights. Bars loaded for Elizabeth Windle, Team England, 112.5. Great patience there from Nico. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. Roger Rogers of Guyana up next on platform 2, 260 kilos. Bars loaded on platform 1 for Benita Bloom. And that is 3 white lights and a good lift. Next up, we have Fiona Wallace of Australia on the platform, coming out for 130 kilos. Be followed by Karina Fahy of Canada. Bars loaded for Wallace, Australia. That's a no lift, unfortunately, for Next up on platform 1, we have Karina Fahy of Canada, 132.5 bars loaded. Bobby Joe Williamson, get ready. And you see white lights for Karina and a good lift. Over on platform 2, 3 white lights and a good lift for Corral. Bobby Joe Williamson on platform. Three white lights, a good lift for Bobby Joe. Next up, Christina Fordyce, New Zealand, 145 kilos. She'll be followed by Kylie Dwyer of Australia. Bars loaded for Christina, representing New Zealand. 3 white lights and a good lift for Scott Simon. Three white lights, a good lift there for Dwyer. Next up on platform 1, Anna Stashigye of Hungary, 155 kilos. Bar is loaded. Guyana, get ready on platform 1. Good lift, 2-1. A red card for depth from our side ref. She stays nice and patient. She gets 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Amelie Mayo of Canada up next, 175 kilos on the bar. US to get ready. Bars loaded for Amelie Mayo, Canada. Three white lights and a good lift for Sharif Rabah of Lebanon on platform 2. 15 kilos. Bar is loaded. Is that for Joe? Has just been. So Heather Tagg on platform 1, 180 kilos for Great Britain. Bar is loaded for Heather Tagg. Three white lights and a good lift. Mark Crandall of Canada up next, 220 kilos on the bar. Next up on platform 1. Three white lights and a good lift. Next up, we have Elizabeth Windle of Team England, 120 kilos on the bar. And that is no lift, unfortunately. 2-1, 2 red cards for. Bars loaded for Bloom. Good lift, 3 white lights. Next up, Fiona Wallace of Australia, 137.5 kilos. So no lift, unfortunately, for Les, 2 reds for depth. Bars loaded for Fiona Wallace of Australia on platform 1. Garmes Parks up next for US Virgin Islands. Three white lights, a good lift there for Wallace. There you go. Set it up. Tight. Next up, we have Karina Fahe of Canada, 140 kilos on platform 1, followed by Williamson. Bar is loaded. Good lift for Parks on platform 2. And 145 for her second attempt. Bar is loaded. 3 white lights and a good lift there for Dennis. Next up on platform 2, Joe Williamson. She'll be followed by Christina Fordyce of New Zealand and then Kylie Dwyer of Australia. The bar is loaded for Michael McQueen, Team USA, Uriost and Spitz to get ready. Bar is loaded for Fordyce. Three white lights and a good lift for Fordyce. Good lift 2 to 1 for Michael McQueen. 3 attempts for changes on platform 2. Bars loaded for Kylie Dwyer of Australia, 162.5, platform 1. Next up on platform 2, Nico Urios, 250 kilos for Uruguay. Is the bar loaded? Michael. Is bar loaded? Good lift 3 white lights on platform 1. Anastasia of Hungary, 165 kilos. Are we good to go on platform 2? 250 kilos for Nico. Bars loaded for Nico Uriost. Bars loaded for Seshege of Hungary. Let's go, Nico. Lovely looking deadlift there for Anna. Looking for a side referee. Side referee. 3 white lights, good lift. Next up, Nadina Taharali, Guyana, 175 kilos, be followed by Ionetta of USA. No lift for Nico Uriost, unfortunately, on platform 2. Bars loaded for Guyana on platform 1. Frederic Spitz, France, 250 kilos on platform 2. He'll be followed by Greville and then Rogers. And that's 3 white lights and a good lift for Guyana on platform 1. Joa Ionata of USA, 187.5 kilos on the bar for Joa. Bar is loaded for USA. Bar is loaded for Spitz of France, 250 kilos. Three white lights, good lift for Joa of USA. Bar is loaded for our next lifter. That was good. Good lift. Good lift. No lift, unfortunately, for Spitz. Bar is loaded for Amelie Mayo, Canada. Call for depth for Spitz, unfortunately. Darren Greville, 255 kilos for Great Britain. And that's 3 white lights and a good lift for Amelie Mayo. Bars loaded for Darren Greville, Team GB. Heather Tagg up next on platform 1, 190 kilos for Great Britain. Bar is loaded. Northern Ireland, get ready on platform 1. Guyana, get ready, platform 2. Lovely looking second there from Heather. Good lift, 3 white lights. Huge push there from Darren Greville of Great Britain on platform 2. 3 white lights, good lift for Heather. 2 white lights, good lift for Darren. Ruthie Norton up next, going into third attempts on platform 1. She's coming out to finish on 117.5 kilos. No more changes on platform 2. Roger Rogers, 260 kilos for Guyana. Bar is loaded for Guyana. And we are heading into final deadlifts for Group A on platform 1. Bar is loaded for Ruthie Norton, 117.5. Huge effort there for Ruthie. What do the referees say? 3 white lights, a good lift. What a way to end her competition. Good lift there for Ruthie Norton. Elizabeth Windle up next for Team England, 1-2-5. Good lift for Roger Rogers, 2-1. 1 red card for depth. Karel Rada, Czechia up next on platform 2, 272.5, followed by Scott Simon. On platform 1, Elizabeth Windle, followed by Benita Bloom. Bar is loaded for Windle, England, 125 kilos for her final deadlift. Bar is loaded for Rada, Czechia, 272.5, platform 2. 3 white lights, a good lift for Elizabeth Windle. 137.5 kilos for South Africa's Benita Bloom up next. Be followed by Fiona Wallace of Australia. Bars loaded for Bloom. Huge drive from Corral there. 3 white lights and it's a good lift. Also 3 white lights and a good lift for Benita Bloom. Next up on platform 2, Scott Simon, Great Britain, 307.5 kilos for his final squat attempt. Next up on platform 1. 142.5 for Fiona Wallace of Australia. Bar is loaded. Fahy to get ready. Scott Simon, your bar is loaded. 307.5 kilos on the bar for Team GB. Just a bit too heavy for Fiona today, unfortunately. No lifts. Next up on platform 1, Karina Fahy of Canada, 145 kilos. Be followed by Bobby Jo Williamson of New Zealand. Three white lights is a good lift for Scott Simon of Great Britain. Bar is loaded for Karina Fahy of Canada. I've just been informed that was a European record for Scott Simon. Next up on platform 2, we have Sean McCarthy of Wales, 170 kilos for his squat opener. And that is 3 white lights for Karina on platform 1. Good lift for Canada, platform 1. Next up, Bobby Jo Williamson, New Zealand, 150 kilos. Bar is loaded for Bobby Jo. Christina Fordyce to get ready. Bar is loaded for Sean McCarthy of Wales, 170 kilos. Huge round of applause for Bobby Joe, not to be today, unfortunately. Next lifter on the platform will be Christina Fordyce, 167.5 kilos on the bar for Christina. Be followed by Kylie Dwyer of Australia. Three white lights and a good lift there for McCarthy. Marcel Benzler on platform 2 for Germany, 200 kilos. Bars loaded for Fordyce of New Zealand, 167.5 kilos on the bar. Dwyer to get ready. 200 kilos for Germany's Marcel Benzler, be followed by John Crane and then Darren Scarf. Let's go, Christina. Bar is loaded for Benzler of Germany. Big pull, Christina. Stays patient with it, referee say. Side referee, oh, the tension. Oh, it's a good lift, 2-1. Next up, Kylie Dwyer. Kylie Dwyer of Australia, 172.5 kilos on the bar. There's an attempt change, but we are still next up for Kylie Dwyer. Three white lights for Benzler for Germany, platform 2. John Crane of South Africa. Bar is loaded for Kylie Dwyer. Platform 1, 205 kilos on the bar for South Africa's John Crane. Hungary and Great Britain, get ready. Bar is loaded on platform 2. Three white lights, good lift for Kylie Dwyer of Australia. Next up on platform 1. Yeah. Next up on platform 1, we have Anna Shashegi of Hungary, 177.5 kilos on the bar. Guyana to get ready. Good lift for John Crane, three white lights. Next up on platform 2, Darren Scarf, Great Britain, 210 kilos. Three white lights and a good lift for Hungary on platform 1. Nadina Tarali, Guyana. Bars loaded on platform 2 for Darren Scarf, 182.5 for Guyana's Nadina Tarali on platform 1. Bar is loaded for Guyana. Three white lights and a good lift for Tarali on platform 1. Good lift. Next up on platform 1, Amelie Mayo of Canada, 192.5. Good lift, 2-1 for Darren Scarf. On platform 2, next up, Bert Linsky, Ireland, 210 kilos. $192.5 for Amelie Moyo. Bar is loaded on platform 2 for Bert Linsky, 210 kilos. We've also got an attempt change, 192.5. You need a white on this side. Bar is loaded for Mayo of Canada. Ayanato, get ready. Three white lights and a good lift for Ireland on platform 2. Next lifter will be Robert Fuller. 237.5, no more changes on platform 1. And that's 3 white lights and a good lift for Amelie. Joa Ionata of USA, 195 kilos on the bar. Bars loaded for Robert Fuller. Bars loaded for Ionota of USA, 195 kilos for Joa. Three white lights for Robert Fuller of Puerto Rico on platform 2. What a pull from Joa Ionota. 3 white lights and a good lift for Team USA. Next up on platform 2, Riyadh Solia, Norway, 250 kilos. And on platform 1, Heather Tagg is coming out for a world record in the Masters 2, 198.5 for our lifter representing Great Britain. World Masters 2 record here for GB. Bars loaded for Solian of Norway on platform 2. New Zealand and Norway to get ready. Bars loaded for Heather Tagg, Great Britain, for a world record attempt. Come on, Heather, this is what you came for. Let's make it happen, Heather. It's moving, Heather. She stands it up. Referees, 3 white lights, and it's a new world record for Heather Tagg, and it's 3 white lights for Riyadh Solian. Jonathan Pye of New Zealand up next, 252.5. There is no stopping. We are moving straight into the next round of deadlifts. 130 kilos for Gillian Sproul of Canada. Angie Lauder of Scotland, get ready. 252.5 kilos being loaded up for New Zealand's Jonathan Pye. Bars loaded for Jonathan Pye, New Zealand, 252.5. Bar is loaded for Gillian Sproul of Canada, 130 kilos. Three white lights, and it's a good lift there for Gillian Sproul. Next up on platform 1, we have Angela Lauder of Scotland. 145 kilos on the bar for her opener. Bar is loaded for Scotland. So no lift, unfortunately. 3 red cards for depth for Jonathan, and it's 3 white lights for Angela Lauder of Scotland. Frode Rui of Norway, 260 kilos on platform 2 up next. Sue Ellen Lugg of New Zealand, 162 kilos on platform 1. Bar is loaded for Sue Ellen Lugg of New Zealand on platform 1, 162.5. Bar is loaded for Rui of Norway, 260 kilos on platform 2. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Sue Ellen Lugg of New Zealand. Next up on platform 1, Siri Hoogan of Team USA, 165 kilos, be followed by Pauline Watson of England. Bar is loaded for Hoogan, 3 white lights and a good lift for Norway. Next up, we have Sean McCarthy on platform 2, representing Team Wales, 180 kilos on the bar. He'll be followed by Bensler, Linsky, and Scarf. Three white lights and a good lift there for Hoogan. Bar is loaded for Sean McCarthy of Wales on platform 2. Next up on 1, Pauline Watson of England, 170 kilos. Bar is loaded. Cosner, New Zealand, get ready. Three white lights for Sean McCarthy and 3 white lights for Pauline Watson. Marcel Bensler, Germany, 220 kilos, platform 2. Ali Cosner, bar is loaded for New Zealand, 172.5 on platform 1. Lisa Harrington, Great Britain, get ready, platform 1. Bar is loaded for Marcel Bensler of Germany on platform 2. Three white lights and a good lift there for Ali Cosner of New Zealand. Next lifter on platform 1. Lisa Harrington, Great Britain, 182.5 kilos. Followed by Netherlands. Bars loaded for Lisa Harrington, Great Britain. Three white lights for Marcel Bensler of Germany. Good lift. Next up, Bert Linsky, Ireland, 222.5 kilos. Lovely looking opener there from Lisa Harrington. Three white lights, that is a good lift. Lapanda Mampiken of Netherlands up next, 190. Bars loaded for Bert Linsky of Ireland, 222.5. Scarf Fuller, get ready. Bars loaded for Mapimkin on platform 1, 190 kilos. It's a good lift for Linsky, 2-1, and it's 3 white lights for Mampikin of Netherlands on platform 1. Darren Scarf of Great Britain up next, 230 kilos on the bar for his second attempt. Canada coming out for 140 kilos for Gillian Sproul for her second deadlift. Bar is loaded for Gillian Sproul of Canada. Angie Lauder, get ready. Bars loaded for Darren Scarf, Great Britain. 230 kilos on the bar, Fuller and Pye to get ready. 3 white lights, a good lift for Gillian Sproul. Next up on platform 1 is Scotland's Angie Lauder, 157.5 kilos. Be followed by Sue Ellen Lugg of New Zealand. Bars loaded for Angie Lauder of Scotland on platform 1. Twenty seconds on platform 2. And it's a big drive, 3 white lights, a good lift there for Angie of Scotland. And it's a big drive for Darren Scarf over on platform 2. Good lift 2 to 1. Sue Ellen Lug of New Zealand up next on platform 1, 172.5. Robert Fuller of Puerto Rico, 250 kilos on platform 2. Bars loaded for New Zealand, 172.5 on platform 1. Bars loaded for Sue Ellen Lug, New Zealand, platform 1. I don't see her, but she's got a minute. She might sprint on. Bars loaded for Robert Fuller of Puerto Rico, 250 kilos. 30 seconds for Sue Ellen Lug of New Zealand. I see her coming. 10 seconds, Sue Ellen. Quick as you can. Talk about leaving it to the last possible second, Sue Ellen. 3 white lights for Robert. It's unfortunately a no lift for Sue Ellen. 2 yellows. Jonathan Pye up next for New Zealand on platform 2, 252.5. Siri Hugan, 175 kilos for Team USA on platform 1. Jonathan missed this on his opener. Bar is loaded for Jonathan Pye in New Zealand. Bar is loaded for Siri Hugan. Jury has overruled that is a good lift now for Sue Ellen Lug of New Zealand. Judy, you need to push your button again. 3 white lights and a good lift for Siri Hugan. Next up, we have Pauline Watson. Bars loaded for Jonathan Pye, New Zealand. Bars loaded for Pauline Watson. Three white lights, that is a good lift for Pauline. Alec Cosner, 185 kilos for New Zealand up next. Jonathan Pye of New Zealand, no lift unfortunately, called 2 to 1, reds for depth. Riyad Solian of Norway up next on platform 2, 265 kilos. Bars loaded for Ali Cosner, New Zealand, 185 kilos on the bar. Harrington to follow. Bar is loaded for Solian of Norway. Three white lights, a good lift for Ali Cosner. Next up, Great Britain's Lisa Harrington, 195 kilos on the bar. Bars loaded for Harrington, Great Britain, 195 kilos. Three white lights and a good lift for Riyad Solian of Norway. Next lifter on platform 2, Frode Rui of Norway, 272.5. Great patience from Lisa there. Referees say good lift, 3 white lights. 220 kilos now on the bar for Netherlands. Lapanda Mapimkin, this will be for a world record in the M2s and also the M1s. Bar is loaded for Frode Rui of Norway, 272.5. Bar is loaded for Lapanda Mapimkin, Netherlands, to break the world record in the M1s and the M2s. 3 white lights for Frodenoi. And it's a huge pull from Netherlands. What do our referees say? No lift, unfortunately. 3 blues, I think maybe for hitching. On to platform 2, Sean McCarthy of Wales, 190 kilos on the bar. Next up, Gillian Sproul, Canada, 147.5. 4 attempts for changes on platform 1. 147.5. 190 kilos for Wales, Sean McCarthy. Heading into 3rd attempts. Bar is loaded for Sean McCarthy. Last squat, Sean. Bar is loaded for Gillian Sproul, Canada. Let's go, Jill. Last pull. Good lift, 2-1 for Sean McCarthy. Let's lead to the lights for Gillian. It's a great final pull, 3 white lights. Bertlinski, platform 2, 227.5 kilos for Ireland. On platform 1, it's Angela Lauder of Scotland, 167.5 kilos loaded on the bar. Third squats and 3rd deadlifts, they definitely do belong together. Third bench, no. Bar is loaded for Angela Lauder of Scotland, 167.5 kilos on the bar. Final pull, Angie. Bar is loaded for Bert Linsky of Ireland. Let's see it, Bert. Last bit of effort, Ange, come on. Make it count, Angie. Oh, not to be today, unfortunately. Big round of applause. I think she could have got 190. Next up, Sue Ellen Lug of New Zealand, 177.5 kilos on the bar. Be followed by Siri Hugan of US. 3 white lights, it's a good lift for Bert Linsky of Ireland. There's an attempt change at platform 1. No. Next up on platform 1, Siri Hugan, 180 kilos for Team USA. On platform 2, we have Darren Scarf of Great Britain, 240 kilos. Bars loaded for Team USA, Siri Hugan, 180 kilos. New Zealand, get ready. Big drive. It was an absolutely enormous effort from Siri, not to be today, unfortunately. Huge round of applause, because what an effort that was. Bars loaded for Darren Scarf of Great Britain on platform 2. Next up on 1, Sue Ellen Lugg, New Zealand, 180 kilos. Should be followed by Pauline Watson of England. Let's go, Darren. Bars loaded for Sue Ellen. 2 attempts for changes, platform 1. Big pull, Sue Ellen, come on. And it's a good lift, 2-1 for Darren Scarf of GB. Oh, it's a no lift, unfortunately, for Sue Ellen. Just a little bit too heavy today. Big round of applause. Jonathan Pye, New Zealand, up next on platform 2. 252.5 kilos for New Zealand. Platform 1, 187.5. 1 attempt for changes. Jonathan needs this squat to stay in the competition. Let's make sure we all get behind him as he comes out for this on his third attempt. Pauline Watson coming out for 187.5. Bar is loaded for England on platform 1. Bar is loaded for New Zealand on platform 2. Come on, Jonathan, let's get it. You've got this, Jonathan. Let's sink it, Jonathan, come on. Drive up, Pauline. Just a bit too heavy for Pauline today, unfortunately. That is a no lift. Next lifter, platform 1. Ali Cosner, New Zealand, 192.5. Lisa Harrington to follow. Drive it up, Jonathan. Drive it up, Jonathan. Come on, stay with it. He gets it to the top. Referee says 3 white lights. Bar loaded, Ali Cosner, New Zealand. He stays in the competition. What a recovery, no more changes. Platform 1. Next up, Robert Fuller, Puerto Rico, 257.5 kilos on the bar, platform 2. Big pull, Ali, stick with it. Not to be today, unfortunately. A big round of applause for Ali Cosner of New Zealand. Next lifter coming out for 200 kilos, Lisa Harrington, Great Britain. Bars loaded, Robert Fuller, Puerto Rico, 257.5. Solian and Rui to follow. Harrington up next on platform 1, coming out for 200 kilos. Bars loaded for Great Britain's Lisa Harrington. 200 kilos on the bar for Lisa. Let's go, Robert. Last big squat. Drive it up, Lisa. Oh, just not today, unfortunately. Round of applause for Lisa Harrington of Great Britain. 220 kilos for Lapanda Mapinkin of Netherlands. 3 white lights is a good lift for Robert Fuller for Puerto Rico. Lapanda coming out for another attempt at the World M2 and M1 record here on platform 1. 220 kilos. Over on 2, 275 kilos for Norway's Riyad Solian. Let's get behind Lapanda as she comes out for another attempt at 2 world records in 1. Bars loaded for the Netherlands, 220 kilos. Bars loaded for Norway, 275 kilos. Let's get it, Lapanda. Big pull, Lapanda, drive it up. Oh, it's just not to be today. Huge round of applause. It's an incredible effort from Lapanda. We'll head now straight into our next group on platform 1. Lisa Bell of Northern Ireland up first. What's the weight? 125 kilos for Lisa. 3 white lights. It's a good lift for Riyad Solian of Norway. Next up, Frode Rui of Norway. Bar is loaded for Lisa Bell, Northern Ireland. 282.5 for Norway's Frode Rui on platform 2. Bar is loaded for Bell. 125 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for Norway on platform 2. 282.5 for Frode. Moving nice and easy for Lisa. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. Next up, Senga Dent of Scotland. 125 kilos on the bar for Senga. Be followed by Ruelia of Spain. Bars loaded for Dent of Scotland. 3 white lights for Frode Rui of Norway. Good lift. That concludes the squats. We can now focus all of our attention on these deadlifts on platform 1. Be a 10-minute break on platform 2. 3 white lights and a good lift for Senga Dent of Scotland. Next up, Eulalia Baltron-Vieta of Spain, 130 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded. Hope Powers, Australia, get ready. Three white lights and a good lift there for Spain. Next lifter will be Hope Powers of seconds. Rack height 11 and 7. Rack height 11, safety 7. Big pull, Senga. Gets it to the top. What do our referees say? Good lift, 3 white lights. Hope Powers is our next lifter on platform 1, representing Australia, 150 kilos on the bar. Rack height 11, safety 7. On platform 2, Derek Hayden. Bar is loaded for Hope Powers, 150 kilos. Let's see it, Hope. Bars loaded for Derek Hayden, South Africa, platform 2. 3 white lights, good lift for Hope Powers of Australia. Laban and bench to get ready on platform 2. Next up, Elizabeth Hall, New Zealand, 160 kilos for her second. She'll be followed by Lorraine McKenna of Ireland. Bar is loaded for Elizabeth Hall, New Zealand. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Derek Hayden. This might be the most hype opening bench session of all time. Les Laban of New Zealand, 132.5 kilos for his bench opener. Let's look to the lights on platform 1. It's 3 white lights for Elizabeth Hall. Lorraine McKenna of Ireland up next, 167.5 kilos on the bar. She'll be followed by Gillian Lomax of Great Britain. Bars loaded for Laban of New Zealand, 132.5. Bars loaded for McKenna of Ireland. Bars loaded for Laban of New Zealand. It's 3 white lights and it's a good lift for Lorraine McKenna. Next up, Gillian Lomax of Great Britain, 175 kilos. Dennis Bench to get ready on platform 2. Elaine Jackson on platform 1. Gillian Lomax, bars loaded, 175 kilos for Great Britain. Lovely looking bench and opener there for Les. Gets 3 white lights, that is a good lift. Dennis Bench up next, 135 kilos for South Africa. Be followed by De Beer. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Gillian Lomax. Elaine Jackson, England, 175 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for Elaine Jackson of England, 175 kilos on the bar. Lillian Jackson to get ready. Gets it to the top. Referees say good lift, 3 white lights for Elaine Jackson. Next up, Lillian Jackson of Team USA, 180 kilos. Bar is loaded for Lillian. Lovely looking second there from Lillian Jackson. She gets 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Bars loaded for Dennis Bench of South Africa, platform 2. 207.5 for Imitelia of New Zealand on platform 1 up next. Be followed by Patricia Johnson of Team USA. Meanwhile, on platform 2, De Beer and Spitz to get ready. Bars loaded for Talia, New Zealand. Three white lights, a good lift there for Dennis Bench. Next up, Hermanus De Beer, 145 kilos. She makes it absolutely fly. It's three white lights and a good lift there for Ime of New Zealand. Next lifter on platform 1. Bars loaded for Hermanus De Beer on platform 2. Patricia Johnson, 220 kilos. Bar is loaded for Team USA. Three white lights and a good lift for Hermanus De Beer on platform 2. Three white lights and a good lift for Patricia Johnson on platform 1. Next up on 2, Frédéric Spitz of France, 145 kilos. We're moving now into deadlift thirds. We now have the dream combination of bench openers and deadlift thirds. The vibes clearly do not match, but that is all right. Lisa Bell, Northern Ireland, 140 kilos for her third pool. Bars loaded for Spitz of France. Final pools of the championships for Lisa Bell, Northern Ireland, 140 kilos. McAfee of Scotland, get ready. Not to be today, unfortunately, for Lisa. 3 reds. Big round of applause for Lisa Bell. 3 white lights and a good lift for Frédéric Spitz of France. Next up on platform 2, Garmes Parks, US Virgin Islands, 150 kilos. On 1, Linda McAfee of Scotland, 147.5 kilos. Parks to be followed by Rogers and then Arada. Bar is loaded for Linda McAfee of Scotland. 147.5. Come on, Linda. Let's finish this competition strong. Bar is loaded for Parks, US Virgin Islands. Keep going, Linda. Stays with the bar. What do our referees say? 3 white lights. It's a good lift for Linda McAfee of Scotland. Eulalia Beltran-Vieta, España, up next, 150 kilos, be followed by Senga Dent of Scotland. Bars loaded for Spain, 150 kilos. Three white lights, a good lift there for Garmes Parks of US Virgin Islands. Roger Rogers of Guyana up next, 157.5. Good lift for Eulalia, 3 white lights. Next up on 1, Senga Dent, Scotland, 160 kilos for her final pool of this championships. Hope Powers, Australia, get ready. On platform 2, we've got Roger Rogers of Guyana for 157.5. Bars loaded for Senga Dent of Scotland, 160 kilos for her final pool of the championships. Bars loaded for Rogers, Guyana. Big pull, Senga. It's moving, Senga. It's moving. Stay with it, Senga. The determination from Senga Dent. Burst. Oh, we got us a good lift. 2-1. Hope Powers up next, 162.5. 3 white lights. It's a good lift for Roger Rogers of Guyana on platform 2. Followed by Karel Rada. Bar is loaded. Judy has overruled. Unfortunately, that is a no lift for Senga Dent. Judy has overruled. Karel Rada, Czechia, 160 on platform 2. 162 for Hope Powers of Australia. Bar is loaded for Hope Powers of Australia. Bar is loaded for Karel Rada, Czechia. Huge pull, Hope. Stick with it, Hope. What an effort from Hope Powers. No lift, unfortunately, 2 blues. 3 white lights, it's a good lift for Karel Rada of Czechia. Next up on 1, Elizabeth Hall, New Zealand, 167.5. Nico Urios, Uruguay, 160 on platform 2. Can we have the coach for Garmes Parks, US Virgin Islands, please come to the table? Bar is loaded for Nico Urios, Uruguay. Bar is loaded, Elizabeth Hall, New Zealand. Three white lights, it's a good lift for Nico. Next up, Darren Greville. No lift, unfortunately, for Elizabeth Hall. Darren Greville on 2, 160 kilos for Great Britain. Lorraine McKenna up next on 1 for Ireland, 175 kilos. Be followed by Gillian Lomax of Great Britain. Bar is loaded for Darren Greville of Great Britain on platform 2. Bar is loaded for Lorraine McKenna of Ireland on platform 1. 175 kilos, Lorraine. Three white lights, it's a good lift for Lorraine McKenna. Next up, Gillian Lomax, Great Britain, 185. Followed by Elaine Jackson of England. Three white lights and a good lift for Darren Greville of Great Britain. Sharif Rabah of Lebanon up next on 2, 160 kilos. Bars loaded for Gillian Lomax. Bars loaded on 2. Just resetting the clock so that we can clean the bar for Gillian. Bars loaded, Gillian Lomax, Great Britain, 185 kilos. Elaine Jackson, England, get ready. Three white lights for Rabah on 1, 2. Side referee on 1. Good lift. Good lift for Gillian Lomax. Next up on 2, Michael McQueen, USA, 170 kilos. That was a good lift for Gillian Lomax. Next up on 1, Elaine Jackson of England. 185 kilos for Elaine. Michael McQueen up next on 2, Team USA, 170 kilos. Bar is loaded for Elaine Jackson of England. Bar is loaded for Michael McQueen of USA. Drive it up, Elaine, come on! She sticks with it. What do the referees say? 3 white lights, the lift is good. Next up, Lillian Jackson, Team USA, 192.5 kilos. New Zealand to get ready. Bar is loaded for Jackson. 3 white lights, a good lift for Michael McQueen of Team USA. Canada's Mark Crandall up next, 172.5 kilos on the bar. He'll be followed by Scott Simon. Let's go, Lillian. Last big pull. Gets it to the top. Referees say good lift is 3 white lights for Lillian Jackson. Bars loaded. Mark Crandall, Canada. We have an attempt change at the table on platform 1. Let's see who is out next. Ime Talia, New Zealand, 212.5 kilos for her final deadlift. 3 white lights, that is a good lift for Mark Crandall. Next up, we have Scott Simon, 207.5, center referee. Chief referee on 2. Chief, can you give a loud command for Scott, please? Bar is loaded for Ime Talia, New Zealand, 212.5 kilos on the bar. Be followed by Patricia Johnson. Bar is loaded for Scott Simon, Great Britain. 3 white lights, and it's a good lift for Ime Talia, New Zealand. Final pool on platform 1 that comes from Team USA's Patricia Johnson. 230 kilos for Patricia. Three white lights is a good lift for Scott Simon. Final deadlift on platform 1 from Patricia Johnson, Team USA. 230 kilos, 117.5 on deck for Derek Hayden, Republic of South Africa, on 2 for his second attempt. Come on, Patricia. Let's finish this day on a high. 230 kilos on the bar. Let's get behind her. Absolutely huge attempt here. Drive it up, Patricia. Stick with it, Patricia. She looks it out. What do our referees say? 3 white lights. The lift is good for Patricia Johnson. Bars loaded. Derek Hayden, South Africa. That concludes our session on platform 1. I need a seat. And that's a good lift, 2-1 for Derek Hayden, yellow from our side referee. Les Laban of New Zealand up next, 137.5 kilos for his second attempt, to be followed by Dennis Bench, Hermanus de Beer, and Frederick Spitz. Bar is loaded for New Zealand. Let's go, Les. 3 white lights, that's a good lift for Les. Dennis Bench up next, 145 kilos on the bar for South Africa. Bar is loaded for Dennis. That's a no lift, unfortunately, for Dennis. Hermanus de Beer, 150 kilos for our lifter representing South Africa. Frederick Spitz, and then Garmes Parks on platform 2. Bar is loaded for De Beer of South Africa. And it's 3 white lights and a good lift for Hermanus. Next up, Frederick Spitz, France, 150 kilos. Parks, Rogers, and Urios to get ready. Rack height 11. Safeties 6. Safeties on 6, rack height 11. Bar is loaded for Spitz of France. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. Next up, Garmes Parks, US Virgin Islands, 157.5 kilos. Will be followed by Roger Rogers and then Nico Uriost. Bars loaded for Garmes Parks, US Virgin Islands. Three white lights, that's a good lift for Parks. Next lifter is going to be Roger Rogers of Guyana, be followed by Nico Uriost and then Karel Rada. Bars loaded for Guyana's Roger Rogers. Moves it nice and easy. Referees, good lift, 2-1. Nico Uriost of Uruguay up next, 165. Bars loaded for Nico Uriost, Uruguay, 165 kilos. That's a good lift, 2-1. I've been unplugged. Next up, Karel Rada, Czechia. 167.5 kilos on the bar for Rada. Be followed by Sharif Raba and then Darren Greville. Please can I ask all of our athletes from Platform 1, make sure you have your team tracksuit on in preparation for the medal ceremony for the World Masters Championships. Bar is loaded for Karel Rada of Czechia on Platform 2. 3 white lights and a good lift for Karel Rada of Czechia up next. Sharif Raba of Lebanon, 167.5 kilos on the bar for his second attempt. Bar is loaded. Great Britain, USA, get ready. Three white lights, that's a good lift for Sharif Raba. Next up, Darren Greville of Great Britain, 170 kilos, be followed by Michael McQueen, Mark Crandall, and Scott Simon.
All right, technical controller, do we have our athletes? Let's go.
Bar is loaded for Darren Greville of Great Britain, 170 kilos on the bar. That's a good lift, 2-1 for Darren. Next up, Michael McQueen, Team USA, 177.5 kilos on the bar, be followed by Mark Crandall of Canada. Can we turn him down a little bit for the bench commands, because they won't hear the bench commands. Just turn him down a little bit.
Thank you.
Bar is loaded for Michael McQueen of Team USA. Three white lights, that is a good lift for Michael McQueen of Team USA. Next up, Mark Crandall of Canada. 180 kilos for Mark. Lifter has requested blocks. Small blocks. Small blocks for Mark Crandall, please.
All right. How's my audio level, Spoo?
Bars loaded for Mark Crandall of Canada. Scott Simon, get ready.
So ladies, if you're okay with it, to help speed things up, we have Commonwealth medals after this. I'm going to call you by your first names and your country. Is that good? We'll
And that is a good lift, 2-1 for Mark Crandall of Canada. Next up, Scott Simon,
we might be here for
212.5 kilos on the bar for his second attempt.
Thank you. Oh, come here, give me a hug.
Medals.
Oh, good to see you. I got a medal for the wrong
Need a
shoes.
2.5 kilo on the other side.
I've been the speaker. I volunteered, so I do apologize for the sneakers. There was no ref. All right, here we go. Okay. Who's missing a participation
Can you please
medal?
take away the blocks? Take away the blocks, remove the blocks, thank you.
If you just do 10 burpees. No burpees.
Bar is loaded
All right,
for Great
let's
Britain,
get
Scott
started.
Simon.
So we'll go straight through it in the 76 Master 2 category. Your bronze medal from Guyana, Nadia. From the USA, Joa with a silver, and Heather from Great Britain with the gold. Photos, and here we go. Smiling, and thank you, ladies. Moving on to the bench press. The
Just
bronze
drifted a
medal
little bit
winner.
out. Drifted a little bit offline there, unfortunately, for
See, I'm
Scott.
faster than the computer.
We're
In
going to
the
head
bench
now
press.
into third
From New
attempts
Zealand,
on
your
bench.
bronze medal
That was a
winner,
no lift for Scott
Christina.
Simon.
Silver medal from New Zealand, Bobby Joe. And gold medal from the USA, Joa.
Next attempt is going to come from Derek Hayden of South Africa, 117.5 kilos on the bar.
Excellent. Thank you, ladies.
Bar is not quite
Cool,
loaded
got it.
yet.
Right, moving on to
Back height 11, safety
the
7.
deadlift for 76 Master 2s. From Canada, your bronze medal winner.
Safety on this side.
Emily. From the United States, your silver medal winner, Joa.
Bar is loaded.
And your gold medal winner from Great Britain, Heather. Awesome. Thank you, ladies. Let's go to the total. From Guyana with the bronze medal, Nadia. From Great Britain with the silver medal, Heather.
No lift.
And from the United States with the gold, and your new 76 Master 2 World Champion, Joa. See, and still good squats, even after the deadlift. It's brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise for the national anthem of the United States of America? If we could all rise,
Bar is loaded
please.
for Les Laban of New Zealand.
There are a couple of Master 3s and 4s here, so if you see one on the floor, help them up. Spoo, let's hit it.
That's a good lift and 3 white lights for Les. Dennis Bench up next. 145 kilos for South Africa, be followed by Hermanus de Beer and then Frederick Spitz. Bar is loaded for Dennis Bench, South Africa.
Thank you, ladies. Absolutely incredible. Can we give them all another woo? Thank you. Moving on to the Master 2 84 kilogram class in the squat with the bronze medal from the USA.
It's a huge fight there from Dennis. It's a no lift, unfortunately. 3 blue cards for downward movement.
And from
Great
New
attempt
Zealand with
nonetheless.
the gold,
Hermanus de Beer, South Africa, up next,
Suellen.
152.5. He'll be followed by Spitz, Parks, and Uriost.
Thank you, ladies. Been such incredible support here tonight as well. It's been wonderful. Let's go over to the bench press. Your bronze medal winner from New Zealand in the bench press, Ali. Your silver
Bar is
medalist
loaded for
from New
Hermanus de Beer.
Zealand, Lapanda. And your gold medal winner from the United States, Suri. Thank you, ladies. Moving on to the deadlift. Your bronze medalist, from New Zealand, Ali. Your silver medalist from the Netherlands, Lapanda. And from Great Britain, your gold medalist, Lisa.
Good lift, 3 white lights for Hermanus. Frederick Spitz, France, 152.5 kilos on the bar next. Be followed by Garmes Parks, Nico Uriost, and Karel Rada. Rack height 11, safety 6.
Excellent. Thank you, ladies.
Bar loaded for
Moving on to the
Spitz of France.
In the 84 kilogram Master 2 class, your bronze medal winner from the United States, Suri. From Great Britain with a silver medal, Lisa. And your new 84 kilo Master 2 champion from the Netherlands, Lapanda. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise for the national anthem of the Netherlands?
A little bit too heavy today, unfortunately, for Frederic. No lift. Next up, Garmes Parks, US Virgin Islands, 162.5 kilos. Nico Uriost to get ready. Bars loaded for Garmes Parks, US Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Spoo. Thank you, ladies. All right, you lot, off the podium. All right. Moving on to the 84 kilogram Master 2s in the squat.
It's a
from
good lift for
Ireland,
Garmes Parks, 2 to 1.
bronze medal.
Nico Uriost of Uruguay, 167.5 kilos on the bar for his third attempt.
Gold medal in the squat goes to
He'll be followed by Karel Rada and then Darren Greville.
You know, the one time I don't say tracksuits and sports shoes. Well done, ladies. I take the full blame. Thank you. Let's move on to the
Bars loaded for Nico. No.
Wait, we've done the
Safeties.
It's been a long day.
Nico.
Let's bench
We're just
press.
adjusting the
I've run out of
safeties.
caffeine. Okay.
Bars loaded for
Your
Nico.
bronze medal winner in the bench press from New Zealand, Imi. From the United States with a silver medal, Patricia. And your gold medal winner from the United States as well, Lillian.
Good lift, 2-1 for Nico Uriost of Uruguay. Next up, Karel Rada, Czechia, 170 kilos. He'll be followed by Greville, Raba, and Rogers.
All right, moving on to deadlift with a bronze medal from the United States, Lillian, with a silver medal.
Bars loaded for Karel Rada of Czechia.
And from the United States with the gold, Patricia. Brilliant. Well done, ladies. Let's move to total. Your bronze medal winner in the 84 kilogram Master 2 class from the United States of America, Lillian. Silver medal goes to New Zealand's Emmy. And your new 84 kilo plus Master 2 champion, Patricia from the United States.
No lift, unfortunately, for Karel. Next up, Darren Greville, Great Britain, 172.5. He'll be followed by Raba, Rogers, and McQueen. Bars loaded for Darren Greville, Great Britain. 3 attempts to make changes on platform 2. That's a no lift, unfortunately, for Darren. 3 yellow cards.
Thank you.
Believe there was a change in his position. Next up, we have Lebanon's Sharif Raba, 175 kilos on the bar. We'll be followed by Roger Rogers, Michael McQueen, and then Mark Crandall.
In the master, even with my glasses, Commonwealth medals in the 76 kilo Master 2 category. Squat goes to Guyana's Nadia.
Bars loaded for Sharif Raba, Lebanon.
With the first place. Let me start with third, excuse me. Bronze medal goes to South Africa's Bettina Botti. As a go! The bronze medal goes to, silver goes to Canada's Karina. Sorry for the pronunciations, the printing is not great. And the gold medal goes to Guyana's Nadia.
Strong looking push there from Sharif. Oh, it's a no lift, unfortunately. A yellow and a blue.
The bronze medal goes to
Next up, we have Roger Rogers of Guyana.
The medal goes to New Zealand's Christina.
Coach will approach the jury.
And the gold medal goes to New Zealand's Bobby Joe.
Next up, 175 kilos for Guyana's Roger Rogers.
Well done, ladies.
4 more lift for changes.
Okay, let's get to the deadlift. The bronze medal goes
Bar is loaded
to
for Guyana's Roger Rogers.
Kylie. The silver medal goes to Guyana's Nadia. And the gold medal goes to Canada's Emily. Fantastic. Thank you, ladies. Let's get to the total. The bronze medal in the 76 kilogram
That's a
Master
no
2
lift, unfortunately.
class
2 yellow
goes
cards.
to Australia's Kylie. The silver
Next
medal
up, we
to
have Michael
Canada's
McQueen,
Emily.
Team USA.
And your new champion
180
from
kilos.
Guyana, Nadia.
Bars loaded, no more changes.
Okay. Oof. Would you please rise for the national anthem of Guyana? Could everyone stand for the national anthem of Guyana?
Commonwealth lifters here as well. We've got Commonwealth lifters here as well, don't we? That's a no lift, unfortunately. Next up, Mark Crandall of Canada, 182.5. He'll be followed by Scott Simon, and then we'll head into Group 2. Bars loaded for Canada's Mark Crandall.
Thank you, ladies. Let's give our champions another woo-hoo again. There we go. Love it. Moving on to the 84s with the bronze medal in the squat, New Zealand's Ali. With the silver medal, Scotland's Lisa. And with the gold, New Zealand's Sue Ellen.
It was an amazing effort, just wasn't going to lock out today, unfortunately. Big round of applause for Mark Crandall.
With a bronze medal from
Final lifter in this
Scotland,
group is Scott
Angela.
Simon of Team GB, coming out for 212.5.
With the silver
Also
medal
representing
from
Scotland as a Commonwealth athlete at these
Lisa.
championships.
And with the gold medal
212.5 got away from him on his
Ali.
second. I'm sure he's going to come out and smash it on his third attempt.
Thank you, ladies. Let's move on to the deadlift with the bronze medal in the deadlift from England, Pauline. Loving the energy with the silver
Bars
medal
loaded for Scott Simon. Come on, Scott.
from New
Let's get
Zealand,
after it this time.
Ali. And with a gold medal from Scotland,
Easy work, Scott. Come on.
Lisa. Fantastic. Let's move on to the totals. With the bronze medal,
That's a bit more like it. Referees say 3 white lights. The lift is good.
the silver medal goes to
Next up, we are going to go straight into Group 2. Sean McCarthy of Wales is up. 100 kilos for his opener, be followed by Jonathan Pye and then Bert Linsky.
Spoo, you know what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, please
Bars loaded
rise
for Sean
for
McCarthy
the
of Wales.
national anthem of Scotland.
3 white lights, that's a good lift for Sean McCarthy of Wales. Jonathan Pye, New Zealand up next, 147.5 for a lifter representing New Zealand. He'll be followed by Linsky of Ireland and Fuller of Puerto Rico.
Okay, start to one. Fantastic. Thank you, ladies. Yeah, big one. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Bars loaded for Jonathan Pye, New Zealand.
84 kilograms squat. Your bronze medal goes to Australia's Hope. Your silver medal to England's Elaine. And your gold medal to New Zealand's Emmy.
Moves it
All right,
well,
thank you
gets
so
3 white
much.
lights. That's a good lift for Jonathan. Berlinski of
In the
Ireland
bench
up next,
press,
150 kilos.
your
Fuller and
bronze
scarf,
medal
get
goes
ready.
to Northern Ireland's Lisa.
Bars loaded for Berlinski, Ireland.
Your silver medal to England's Elaine. And your gold medal in the bench
Bars loaded
press
for Bert.
to New Zealand's Emmy. Good lift. Oh, fantastic. All right, give him another shout, you lot. You go. There we go. Thank you. Moving on to the deadlift. Your bronze medal in the
3 white
deadlift
lights,
goes
that's a
to
good
New
lift.
Zealand's Elizabeth.
Next up, we have Robert Fuller. Robert Fuller up next, Puerto Rico, 157.5 kilos on the bar for Robert. Be followed by Darren Scarf and then Riyadh Sulian.
And the silver medal goes to England's Elaine.
Bars
And your
loaded for
gold
Robert
medal
Fuller, Puerto
to
Rico.
New Zealand's Emmy. Absolutely fantastic. All right, let's move on to the totals, which are better than mine. Wow. Okay, the bronze medal in the 84 kilogram plus Master 2 class goes to New Zealand's Elizabeth.
3 white lights and a good lift for Robert Fuller, Puerto Rico. Next lifter, Darren Scarf, Great Britain, 160 kilos.
Okay then.
Be followed by
The silver
Riyadh
medal
Sulian.
goes to England's Elaine. And I have to say it, Action Jackson.
Bars
And
loaded for
your
Darren
new
Scarf,
84
Great Britain.
kilogram Master 2 champion from New Zealand, Emmy.
Bars loaded.
New Zealand's boo. Yep. National anthems of New Zealand, please. Cool. Yeah.
Commonwealth, just to step one forward for
Yes.
the participation match.
Okay, got it. Thank
Then
you.
they walk off.
Okay, cool.
Three white lights and it's a good lift there for Darren. Riyadh Sulian, Norway, 162.5 kilos on the bar. Be followed by Crane, Rui, and Benzler. Bars loaded for Riyadh Solian.
The medal ceremony of that side gonna come here.
Cool.
So we're not gonna remove that rack. We use this platform.
Perfect.
Because it's master for the pictures.
Okay, 100%. Here we go. Can we get one more? Ooh. All right. If I could ask ladies all to get back into place, and then if we could ask our Commonwealth participants to please.
And it's
step
3 white
forward
lights and a good lift for Riyadh
for their
Solian of Norway.
participation medals, which
John
are
Crane,
very
South Africa, up
Thank you.
next, 170 kilos on the bar, be followed by Frode
So all
Rui
Commonwealth
and
participants,
Marcel
step forward,
Benzler.
please. Right. And ladies, I'd just like to say this. It was an honor to be a referee for you on the platform. The courage and determination and sheer fight that I saw is unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. You all
Bars
had
loaded for
such
John
sweet,
Crane,
lovely
South Africa.
faces until you stepped under the bar on the squat plate, and it was doom, all business all of a sudden. Yes, Commonwealth participation medals. Anyone who's stepping forward. So, wow, you guys are all an inspiration. When we're done with these medals, folks, I'm going to ask you to give them a super big round of applause.
Good lift, 2 to 1.
And we will lead them out with the music.
Next up on this platform, Frode Rui, Norway, 170
You're
kilos.
welcome. Pleasure. Well done, you guys. It was epic. Scary, some of you, but epic. Yeah, awesome. Is that
Bars
it? Does
loaded
everyone have
for
a
Norway.
participation medal? Outstanding. Wait, any Commonwealth people not got participation medals yet? Okay, there's one or two. Every time I see him, I think he's a coach coming to complain about something. No. All right, not complain, just good. Right, Spoo, are you ready? Hit it. Let's make some noise for our champions. TC, would you lead them out, please? Yeah, this way. Here we go.
3 white lights and a good lift for Norway.
Oh, yeah.
Next
Thank you,
up, we have
TC.
Marcel Benzler, Germany, 175 kilos.
Well done. Well done. Fantastic. Well done. Well done. Well done. Outstanding. Well done. Well done. Well done. You're welcome. Well done. Well done. Well done, Liz. Well done. Ow. Well done. Well done. Well done, you. Well done.
Bars loaded.
Bonita, jammer. Well done. 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 Woods. Well done, Eli. You got it. Well done. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Well done. Thank you. Well done, you. Well done, you. Well done. Well done. And well done. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was a Hani whistle. Sonia, your hair still hasn't recovered yet from the medal ceremony. You good? You're welcome. Don't worry, we'll still be here for a bit, huh? You guys did a cracker job. Thank you.
3 white lights, that is a good lift for Marcel Benzler. On now to second attempts. Sean McCarthy of Wales, 107.5 kilos on the bar for Sean, to be followed by Jonathan Pye, Bert Linsky and Robert Fuller.
Yes.
I should be turning on your battery.
Oh, thank you. Good. Turning off the mic. Give the mic back to Spoo. All right. All right. Oh. Spoo, there we go. We're going to do medals for there here. It's going to be the easiest. All right. Thank you.
I'm going home.
Bars loaded for Sean McCarthy of Wales. Good lift, 3 white lights there for Sean. Next up, Jonathan Pye, New Zealand, 155 kilos. He'll be followed by Linsky, Fuller, and Scarf. Bars loaded for Jonathan Pye, New Zealand. Waiting for a side referee. Oh, side referee's light has gone out. Referees, can you give me an indication if that was a good lift? Good lift. 3 thumbs up. Oh, there we are. The lights have come back on. 3 white lights. That is good lift. Next up, Bert Linsky, Ireland, 157.5 kilos on the bar. Bars loaded for Ireland's Bert Linsky. Three white lights is a good lift there for Bert. Next up, we have Robert Fuller of Puerto Rico, 167.5. Bars loaded for Robert Fuller, Puerto Rico. Good lift 2-1 for Robert. Next up, Darren Scarf of Great Britain, 170 kilos. Bars loaded for Darren Scarf, Great Britain. Three white lights and a good lift there for Darren. Next lifter on the platform, Riyad Solian of Norway, 170 kilos, to be followed by Rui, Crane, and then Benzler. Rack height 11, safety 7. Bars loaded for Solian of Norway. Three white lights, that is a good lift. Next lifter is Frode Rui of Norway, 175 kilos on the bar, be followed by Crane and then Benzler. Bars loaded for Rui of Norway. Three white lights, that is a good lift. John Crane, South Africa, up next, 177.5 kilos on the bar. Benzler to get ready. Bar is loaded for John Crane. Three white lights and a good lift. Next up, Marcel Benzler of Germany, 180 kilos on the bar for his second. Bars loaded for Marcel Benzler, Germany. Three white lights, that is a good lift. On now to bench thirds. Sean McCarthy, Wales, coming out for 110 kilos on his third attempt. Jonathan Pye and Bert Linsky to get ready. Bars loaded for Sean McCarthy of Wales. Come on, Sean, last bench. Let's make it a good one, Sean. Come on. Beautiful looking third there from Sean. He gets 3 white lights. The lift is good. Next up, Jonathan Pye, New Zealand, 160 kilos on the bar. Linsky, Fuller, get ready. Bars loaded for New Zealand. No lift, unfortunately, for Jonathan. Next up, Bert Linsky, Ireland, 162.5 kilos on the bar for Bert. Bar is loaded for Ireland. Come on, Bert. It's a little bit too heavy, unfortunately. No lift. Next up, Robert Fuller, Puerto Rico, 170 kilos on the bar for Robert. Be followed by Sulian, Scarf, and Rui. Bar is loaded for Robert Fuller, Puerto Rico. Oh, just a bit too much today, unfortunately. Big round of applause there for Robert. Next up, Riyadh Solian, Norway, 172.5 kilos. Scarf, Rui, and Crane to get ready. Bar is loaded for Riyadh Solian, Norway. No lift, unfortunately. Next lifter on the platform, Darren Scarf of Great Britain. Final 4 bench presses of this session. Yeah, blocks, please. Small blocks. Bars loaded, Darren Scarf, Great Britain, 175 kilos. Let's go, Darren. Three white lights, that's a good lift for Darren Scarf. Well done, Darren. Final three bench presses. Frederik, Norway, 177.5 kilos, to be followed by John Crane and then Marcel Benzler. We'll then take a 10-minute break and then we'll be back for deadlifts. Bars loaded for Rui of Norway. Oh, it's a no lift, unfortunately. Next up, John Crane, South Africa, 180 kilos on the bar for John. Bars loaded, John Crane, South Africa. That's a no lift, unfortunately, for John. Next up, Marcel Benzler, Germany, 182.5 kilos. This is the last bench press of the day at a mere 25 past 11 p.m. But it's all right, because we've got deadlifts to come, people. That's going to fire us all up towards the end of the day. Center the bar, please, spotters. Bars loaded, Marcel Benzler, Germany. Let's go, Marcel. Three white lights is a good lift for Marcel Benzler of Germany. Great way to finish our bench session. Marcel, give me a fist bump. Congratulations. We are going to take a 10-minute break. And then we will be back for deadlifts.
Oop. Tabs. There we go. 4 minutes, 10 seconds to lifting, 1 minute, 10 seconds to make changes. Testing 1, 2. Attention everyone here, we just want to say thank you for staying to support the lifters. It is greatly appreciated by the lifters and the coaches. No more changes, no more changes. One minute to lifting. Sorry, no coaches allowed to be smarter than me. All right.
First lifter on the platform is going to be Derek Hayden, South Africa, 160 kilos on the bar for Derek. Bars loaded, Derek Hayden, South Africa. Looking for a side light. Gonna get that, looks like good lift. Next up, it was a good lift. Sharif Rabah, Lebanon, 197. think that must be 197.5. 197.5. Bars loaded for Sharif Rabah, 197.5, Lebanon. Three white lights, that is a good lift for Sharif. Next lifter on the platform will be Dennis Bench, South Africa, 220 kilos on the bar, be followed by Roger Rogers, Darren Greville, and Mark Crandall. Bar is loaded. Three white lights, that is a good lift for Dennis. Next up, Roger Rogers, Guyana, 225 kilos on the bar. Bars loaded for Roger Rogers, Guyana. Good lift and three white lights for Roger. Next up, Darren Greville, Great Britain, 227.5 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for Darren. Let's go, Darren. Three white lights, that's a good lift for Darren. Next lifter will be Mark Crandall, Canada, 232.5, followed by Nico Uriost and then Garmez Parks. Bars loaded for Mark Crandall, Canada. Let's go, Mark, easy opener. Three white lights, that's a good lift. Nico Urios, Uruguay, 240 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded. Sort of a deadlift burpee combo going on there from Nico Uriost. Garmez Parks, US Virgin Islands, 240 kilos. Bar is loaded. Bar's loaded. Let's go, Garmez. New Zealand, South Africa, get ready. Three white lights, a good lift for Garmez Parks. Next up, Les Laban, New Zealand, 245 kilos. Bars loaded. For New Zealand. Let's go, Les. Three white lights, that is a good lift. Bar is loaded for De Beer. Good lift. 245 kilos for Hermanus De Beer, South Africa. Three white lights, and that is a good lift. Next up, Frederick Spitz of France, 245 kilos. Karel Rada, Michael McQueen, and Scott Simon to follow. Bars loaded for Frederick Spitz of France, 245 kilos. Three white lights, that is a good lift. Karel Rada, Czechia, 250 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded. McQueen and Simon, get ready. Three white lights and a good lift for Karel Rada, Czechia. Michael McQueen, USA, up next. 260 kilos on the bar for Michael. He'll be followed by Scott Simon, and then we'll head into second attempts. Bars loaded for Michael McQueen, Team USA. Moves it well. Three white lights, a good lift for Michael. Next lifter will be Scott Simon, Great Britain, 280 kilos for his deadlift opener. Bars loaded for Scott Simon, Great Britain. Come on, Scott, easy opener. And it was indeed an easy opener. Three white lights for Scott Simon, Great Britain. On now to second attempts. Derek Hayden, South Africa, 182.5 kilos. Followed by Raba, Bench, and Rogers. Three reds, a 2.5, and a 1.2. Bar is loaded for Derek Hayden, South Africa. Lebanon, get ready. 3 white lights is a good lift. Next up, we have Sharif Rabah of Lebanon, 212.5 kilos on the bar. Dennis Bench and Roger Rogers to follow. Bar is loaded. Go, Sharif. Three white lights, that is a good lift. Next up, Dennis Bench, South Africa, 240 kilos on the bar. Guyana and Canada to get ready. Bars loaded for Dennis Bench, South Africa. That's a good lift, 2 to 1. Roger Rogers, Guyana, bars loaded, 240 kilos. Crandall, Greville, get ready. Let's go, Roger. Three white lights and a good lift for Roger. Mark Crandall, Canada, up next, 245 kilos. Be followed by Darren Greville and then Nico Uriost. Bars loaded for Mark Crandall, Team Canada. Let's go, Mark. Three white lights is a good lift for Mark Crandall. Darren Greville of Great Britain up next, 245 kilos. Bars loaded for Darren. Let's go, Darren. That's a good lift, 2 to 1. Next lifter is Nico Uriost of Uruguay, 247.5 kilos for Nico. Garmes Parks to follow. Bars loaded for Nico Uriost, Uruguay. Let's go, Nico. And it's three white lights and a good lift for Nico. Garmes Parks, US Virgin Islands, 255 kilos for his second attempt. Bar is loaded for Parks, US Virgin Islands. And that is a good lift, 2 to 1. Les Laban, New Zealand up next, 260 kilos on the bar, be followed by De Beer and then Spitz. Bar is loaded for Laban of New Zealand. Let's go, Les. 3 white lights and a good lift. Hermanus De Beer of South Africa up next, 265 kilos for Hermanus. Spitz, Rada, McQueen to get ready. Bar is loaded for Hermanus De Beer, South Africa. Three white lights, that is a good lift. Next up, Frederic Spitz of France, 265 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded. Rada to get ready. And it's 3 white lights, a good lift for Frederic. Czechia's Karel Rada up next, 270 kilos on the bar. Michael McQueen and Scott Simon to follow. Bars loaded for Rada of Czechia, 270 kilos. Three white lights and a good lift. Michael McQueen, USA, 270 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for the US. Three white lights and a good lift for Michael McQueen. 300 kilos on the bar now for Great Britain, Scott Simon. Taking a 20-kilo jump from his second. Bars loaded for Scott Simon, 300 kilos on the bar. Come on, Scott, rip it up. Stays with it. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. We have just hit the witching hour. It is midnight. We're on now to third deadlifts in this group. There's at least 20 of you that can help me hype up our lifters. It's been a very long day for our athletes. They weighed in quite some time ago. Let's get behind them as they come out for their heaviest pull of the day, their last lift of this championships. Don't let me do it by myself. My throat's hanging on by a thread at this point. Derek Hayden, South Africa, 202.5 for his final pull of these championships. Bar is loaded for Derek Hayden, South Africa. Come on, Derek. This is your last pull, Derek. Come on, everything you've got left here. Let's make it fly, Derek. It's going, Derek, all the way. Gets it to the top. What do our referees say? 3 white lights for Derek Hayden. Next up, 220 kilos for Lebanon's Sharif Rabah. He'll be followed by Dennis Bench and then Nico Uriost. Bar is loaded for Sharif Rabah of Lebanon, 220 kilos on the bar. Let's go, Sharif. Come on. Empty the tank here, Sharif. Come on. Let's finish strong. Stay with the bar, it's moving. He gets it to the top. Let's look to the lights. 3 white lights, the lift is good for Sharif. Next up, Dennis Bench, South Africa, 250 kilos on the bar for Dennis. Be followed by Nico, Darren and Roger. 250 kilos on the bar for Dennis Bench to finish his day. Bar is loaded for Dennis Bench, South Africa, 250 kilos on the bar. Let's go, Dennis. Big finish, Dennis. Come on. Drive it up, Dennis. It's moving. Stick with it. Oh, just a bit too heavy today. Round of applause for Dennis Bench. Next up, we have Nico Urios. The bar's cleared on every 3rd attempt. Don't worry. Nico Urios of Uruguay, 252.5. Be followed by Darren Greville and Roger Rogers. Bars loaded for Uruguay's Nicolas Urios. Let's go, Nico. Come on, Nico. Strong finish, Nico. Drive it up, Nico, all the way. Lock it out. He gets it to the top. Referees say 3 white lights for Nico Urios of Uruguay. Darren Greville, Great Britain, 257.5 kilos on the bar for Great Britain. Roger Rogers, Mark Crandall, Garmes Parks. There's an attempt change at the table. Let's just make sure that we still have the same running order. We've had a flurry of attempt changes at the table here. Darren Greville remains our next lifter, 257.5 kilos for Great Britain. Bars loaded for Darren Greville, Great Britain. Come on, Darren. Last big lift, Darren. Big finish, Darren. Come on. Yes, it's moving, Darren. Gets it to the top. What do our referees say? Good lift, 2-1 for Darren Greville of Great Britain. Canada's Mark Crandall is up next, 260 kilos on the bar for Canada. Rogers, Parks, Laban, get ready. Bars loaded for Mark Crandall, Team Canada, 260 kilos, Mark. Come on. Let's get after it, Mark. Let's make this move, Mark. Come on. Yes, Mark, it's going. No, just not to be today, unfortunately. A big round of applause for Mark Crandall of Canada. Next up, Roger Rogers of Guyana, 260 kilos on the bar for Roger. You could brush the bar, please. Roger, the bar's not loaded. Parks, Laban, Rada to get ready. Bar is loaded for Roger Rogers, Guyana, 260 kilos. Come on, Roger. Let's go, Roger. Come on. Drive it up. Stick with it, Roger. Come on. Just a little bit too heavy today. Big round of applause for Roger Rogers of Guyana. Les Laban, New Zealand, up next. 265 kilos on the bar. He'll be followed by Parks and then Rada. Next lifter is New Zealand, Les Laban. Bars loaded for Les Laban, New Zealand, 265 kilos. Come on, Les. Big finish here, Les. Come on. Don't stop pulling, Les. Big finish, Les. Come on, Les. Let's go. Big pull, Les. It's going, Les. Stick with it. Keep pulling, Les. Oh, just a bit too heavy today. No lift, unfortunately, for Les. Big round of applause. Next up, U.S. Virgin Islands, Garmes Parks, 265 kilos on the bar for Garmes. Bars loaded for Garmes Parks, U.S. Virgin Islands. Let's go, Garmes. Big push, Garmes. Stick with it. It's moving, Garmes. Stick with it. Get it locked out. Gets it to the top. Good lift, 2-1 for Garmes Parks, U.S. Virgin Islands. Next up, Karel Rada, Czechia, 275 kilos for Karel. Be followed by Spitz and then McQueen. Bars loaded for Karel Rada, Czechia, 275 kilos. Let's go, Karel. Big finish, Corral. Let's go, Carlo. Drive it up all the way through. Lock it out. Get it to the top. Gets it all the way to the top. Referee say good lift, and it's 3 white lights for Czechia. There's been an attempt change at the table. Let's see if that changes our order of lifting. Michael McQueen of USA, 275 kilos for Team USA. Spitz, De Beer, Simon, get ready. This is the last attempt for changes to openers. Bar's not Michael, the bar's not loaded yet. Michael, bar's not loaded. Come back, come back. Bar's not loaded. Get back there. It's very exciting, Michael, I know. But just hang on till we clean the bar. Then you're going to get it. Bar's loaded. Let's get it. Michael McQueen, Team USA, 275 kilos. Let's go, Michael. Let's see it. Make it fly, Michael. Big pull, Michael. This is yours, Michael. Come on. Drive it up. It's moving. Get it locked. Beautiful looking third from Team USA. Good lift. 3 white lights for Michael McQueen. No more changes to openers for Group 2. We are down to our last 3 deadlifts of this group. 277.5 for Frederic Spitz of France. 277.5 being loaded on the bar. Bar is loaded. Allez, Frederic. Allez, Frederic. Pull, pull, pull. Allez. Stick with it, Frederic. Oh, he got it past his knees. Not to be today, unfortunately. No lifts. Final 2 deadlifts of this session. Hermanus De Beer. Oh, an attempt change at the table. Hermanus, 280 kilos on the bar for Hermanus. Representing South Africa, will be followed by Scott Simon. Bars loaded for Hermanus De Beer, South Africa. 280 kilos for Hermanus. Come on, let's see it. Everything you've got left, Hermanus. This is the last lift of the day. Let's get this moving, Hermanus. Absolutely nothing left. Big pull, Hermanus. Stick with it. Stick with it. Move it up. Move it up. Oh, just not to be today, unfortunately. Round of applause for Hermanus De Beer. Final deadlift of this group comes from Great Britain's Scott Simon, 307.5 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for Scott Simon of GB and Scotland. 307.5 kilos on this bar, Scott. Come on, rip it up. Easy work, Scott. Come on. You've got this, Scott. Stay with this bar, Scott. Come on. Drive it up, Scott. Not to be today, unfortunately. Round of applause for Scott Simon of Great Britain. We are going to go immediately into Group 2.
appearing now on your microphone. Bar is loaded for Sean from Wales. And that's a good lift for Sean. $200 on the bar for Germany's Marcel. Bar is loaded. And that's a good lift. Bar is going to 225 for John Crane from South Africa. Bar is loaded for John Crane. Making that look easy. Good lift. Bar goes to 240 for Jonathan from New Zealand. Bar is loaded for Jonathan. That's a good lift for Jonathan from New Zealand at 240. Ireland up next, Brett with 250 on the bar. There we go, Ireland. Clean the bar, please. Bar is loaded for Brett from Ireland. Coach cap. Making that look easy. Good lift. Thank you, coach. 252 up next for Robert from Peru. That's a good lift for Robert from Puerto Rico. 260 up next, Darren from Great Britain. Bar is loaded. And that's a good lift for Darren. Right up next from Norway at 270 on the bar. Bar is loaded. And that's a good lift. 300 for Fraught from Norway on the bar. Bar is loaded. Good lift. At 300 kilos. Easy pull there. Bar is going to 185 for Sean from Wales. Starting our second round. Oh, making that look easy. 3 white lights. Let's get the bar to 230 for Marcel from Germany. Bar is loaded for Marcel. Call Marcel. Good, good. 3 white lights. Up next, we have John Crane from South Africa with 252.5. Bar is loaded for South Africa's John Crane. Let's go, John. Get this. Come on. John making that look easy. 255 for Jonathan from New Zealand up next. Bar is loaded for Jonathan. Good lift for Jonathan. Brett up next from Ireland, 265. Bar loaded. Two to one. That's a good lift to Bert. Robert from Puerto Rico up next, 267.5. Bar is loaded. That's a good lift. Darren from Great Britain next, 280 kilograms. Bar is loaded for Darren. That's a good lift. Norway's Raid up next, 290 kilos. Bar is loaded. And that's a good lift. 321 on the bar. That tells me it's a record attempt. World record Master 2. Farshid Forfrod from Norway. Farshid to the table, please. Farshid to the table. Bar is loaded. Let's make some noise, folks. It's 12:30 in the morning, and we got to help him get this up. Let's do this. Come on, Ford. Up, 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 up. Well done. That is a new Master 2 world record, 321. Bar is loaded for Sean from Wales at 200 kilograms. Come on, Sean. Up! Up! What a fantastic pull. Give him a round of applause. No lift, but an outstanding effort. 250 on the bar for Marcel from Germany. Bar is loaded for Marcel. Go, Marcel. Come on. Good. Up, 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 up. That's good. Yes, good lift for Marcel. Bar is going to 260 kilos for South Africa's John Crane. Let's go, John. John, bar loaded for John Crane. Three white lights, John making that look easy. New Zealand's Jonathan up next, 262.5. Bar is loaded for Jonathan. Come on, John. And three white lights. That's a good lift. Bert from Ireland up next. 270 on the bar. Bar is loaded for Bert. Let's go, Bert. Come on, let's hear you guys. Make some noise. Let's go. Up, 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 up. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. There was a great attempt. There you go. Hugging the coach, that's what it's about. What an amazing sport. Attempt change. Waza Bongani, waza, waza. Bar is loaded for Robert. Let's go, Robert. Come on. That's it. That's it. Up, up, up. What a great pull. And 3 white lights, good lift. Ani.
Must hurry up. The next session starts at 1 o'clock.
Okay, cool. The next session will start at 1 a.m. Attempt change. Bar is loaded for Darren from Great Britain at 290 kilograms. Let's help him get this up. Let's make some noise. Come on, let's wake up Sun City. Up, 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 pull it. He's a very sensible master lifter though, keeping safe. Well done. No lift, I'm afraid. New attempt. There will be a new attempt. There are 30 seconds remaining. Bar loaded. Let's get behind Darren. Let's go. And sorry, no lift. Give him a round of applause, folks. Bar's going to 305 kilograms for Ed from Norway. Bar is loaded. Give him a round of applause, folks. Good attempt. It's a late evening, and these guys are working incredibly hard. 325 kilograms. Bar goes to 325.5 for Frode from Norway. Bar is loaded for this Master 2 world record attempt. Let's make some noise, folks. It's the hardcore audience that's here. Let's hear you. Let's help him get this up. Let's get this. Up, 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 up. And that is what it looks like when you use all the reds. Well done. Now we're going to need to fight for a TC. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony will be held on platform 1. The medal ceremony will be held on platform 1 now. Kommen Sie hier. Come on. Platform 1, ladies and gentlemen. And we will need one of the referees to be TC. Athletes in their national tracksuits wearing sports shoes. Thank you very much. Awesome. Coaches and athletes, we will be awarding the medals on platform 1. Please be in your national tracksuits and sports shoes.